All right, I think we're live. Yes. Been a little while, so I'm a bit rusty. We'll see how we go today. All right, let me just get things a bit organized. So I guess probably where I should start is it's been quite a little while since I have posted anything or, you know, been active with the community. And that doesn't mean that I've been doing nothing. So I've been in the background working on my next game. Um, and it's completely different from Star Mining Co. So it's kind of a bit fun, bit fresh, which is good. So I've been working on that, and I've also been applying for grants to try and get some funding for it because my local government, as well as the federal government here in Australia, they both have grants for um, game development. So I figured may as well give it a shot. But that has eaten up a lot of time just because there's so many documents that you need to like fill out and all sorts of stuff. So I've been working hard on that in the background, and I just haven't had time really to share it all with you, but that's what we're doing now. So I guess first things first, I should probably show you what it is that I've been working on. And then we're going to look at adding some more stuff to it today and doing some development on it. So let me just run it. A lot of this, it is still quite early in development, so I just want to put that out there. It's yeah, still quite early. Rogue Match also maybe not the final title, probably not the final title. I don't really know. If you've got a good idea, let me know. But basically, the premise is it's a combination of like Balatro and Candy Crush, sort of. That's like the one liner pitch, but it's like a rogue like match 3 game, hence the very creative name Rogue Match. So eventually, there will be very similar to Balatro, you'll be able to unlock different decks, starting decks, and then you'll also have different maps. I need to have like more stuff here that maybe shows a little preview of the map or something. Um, but yeah, this is just, like I say, very early in development. I'll just do the defaults for the moment. And then we have this grid where you can just see all the information over here. Let me just make this a little smaller so that we can make sure that we see everything. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is sort of like the premise of the game is you've got the match 3 grid here. You've got different shapes that you can make, but you got to unlock them as you go. So you just start with the normal match 3 sort of thing, and then you get scored based on the matches that you make. Can you hear that? I couldn't hear that at all. Maybe I think my audio is not coming through my headphones. Hang on. Hope that hasn't changed my microphone settings. There's so many settings. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully you can hear it because I think the sound effects are quite satisfying. Although the sound effects also need a lot of work. But yeah, so you get points based on making matches. We've already beaten the first level. It does ramp up in difficulty though. And then, so we got some money. We can unlock new shapes. So we got the box shape. The store, as you can see, needs a lot of work. But let me. Oh, here we go. This is kind of fun. So we can add a material to our pieces. So pieces have a few different properties that you can have on them. So you can have a material. So in this case, we've got a diamond piece, which returns to the draw deck after we've made a match with it. Because otherwise, as we make matches, you'll see this as we keep playing a bit, you use up your pieces. And so you can get into a situation where you've run out of pieces to make matches with. But this one will return to the deck once you've made a match with it. And so otherwise, you have to wait till the end of the round to get access to all your pieces again. So that's kind of fun. This screen as well also needs a lot of work. But so yeah, you can have a material on your piece, which is actually should be rarer than what it is just now. I shouldn't have probably gotten something like this so early on. But they can also get enhancements. I don't have enough money. And those enhancements can be associated with a shape. So when you make a match of that shape, it'll spawn a piece with that enhancement. I'll get through this level and then hopefully have enough money to get something. Oh yeah, so here, enhancement. This is called the lance, and so it matches pieces on each side of the cell. It's a level 1 enhancement, which means I can put it with the box shape, but you can get more like powerful enhancements that don't. Just check everything's still running. A bit rusty. Um, yes. Okay. Cool. You can also get enhancements that are more powerful, but you can only use them with these higher level shapes. So, like the T shape, for example, is level 3. I am also going to get this diamond while we're here. And this one, I can show you. This will just allow me to like make a whole bunch of things into green pieces. Oh, this text is kind of scuffed. I've been moving stuff around and stuff. Alf, how you going, mate? It's been a long time since I've done something like this, so good to see you here. On your the #1 chatter. How good's that? Top fan. I think that's because you're the only one in here. Cool mirror, yeah. Get in the reflection. Hey, waving from the reflection. Was it you that commented on the mirror last time? I think you liked the mirror. Anyway, so let me try and make. So now we've got on this box shape, we've got an enhancement. So let me make a box match, and you can see we get that enhancement. And when I match it, it did the little thing. Yeah, I'm absolutely wrecking these scores. Okay, so yeah, here's the other thing is that we also have things called obstacles. I think the name obstacle needs to change because not all of them are obstacles. Sometimes they're obstacles, but sometimes they're not. So like in this instance, we put this on the grid somewhere, and then at the end of the at the end of the round, it'll convert it into a gold piece. So let me buy that. And then also we've got a boss. This text is laid out terribly. Disables a random enhancement at the start of the round. So I think theoretically it can land on here, even though I can't put anything there. Yeah, so it could land here, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So if we click go, oh yeah, I got to place my obstacle first. I'll put it down in the corner. Yeah, so we got lucky there. I think I need to change it so that it actually chooses a slot with an enhancement. But anyway, yeah, so we've unlocked the 4-bar shape as well. So it doesn't have an enhancement, which means we can make a match with it, but we just don't get a special piece when we do. Yeah, I've been getting very lucky with the match. Usually it takes like heaps of moves to clear a level, but we got pretty lucky there. And so yeah, you saw that it turns it to gold, which means if we have a look, I didn't actually, what color was the piece? Yeah. So gold gives $1 at the end of the round if it's left in the grid, so that's good. The ones that spawn, by the way, from the shapes that we match, are glass pieces, which means they shatter on match. So this one I didn't actually use by the end of the round, so it can show up in the next round, but as soon as I match with it, this one as well, it will shatter. But what you can do is if you get a shop item that lets you change the material, you can change the material of the glass to make it not glass, which means you can keep that enhancement then. Will you add microtransactions? No, I will not be adding microtransactions to the game. All right, we've been getting a bit unlucky with this shop, I think, because we've not got many enhancements. There also isn't much content in the game yet. That's something that we'll have to do, is add a lot of items. I have got here. Let me just pull up. So I have got a whole bunch of ideas for enhancements and obstacles, and a few boss ideas as well that need doing. So I will have to add them all eventually, but I think for the moment we're sort of still just getting the basic stuff up and running. Just go back to where I was. Where was I? Yeah. I got too many screens going on and stuff. Okay. So yeah, I'll quickly finish this playthrough because I don't think we'll survive much longer. We'll see how we go. And then we can work on adding packs to the shop, because as you can see, the shop is like pretty abysmal at the moment. Let me do that. Get another lance. So as you get further in the game, you should be able to like make more chain reactions and stuff, which is how you get the mega points. that. So I've been toying with two different scoring methods. Another lance, not terribly good. Let me reroll a bit. Oh, yes, let's do that. So this one matches the whole row rather than just two on each side. So let's get that. I don't think we want another alchemist. So here's gold piece. We'll try and keep that in the grid so that we can get some money at the end. But yeah, so what I was saying is I've been playing around with two different scoring methods. So one is like the Balatro sort of multiplicative multiplication between like a combo and a base score. And so I think the way I've got it set up at the moment is that for each piece that you match, you get one of these green points, and then the orange ones are the combo scores, and so the level of the shape that you're matching gets put there. But then I've also been toying with like additive instead of multiplicative, and then you can get multiplication effects that are rarer. But I think the problem with that is that the score scaling, you got to be like, it's just slower score scaling, which doesn't feel as fun. And it also means that each extra match is basically like you've just had an extra move, rather than like each extra match in a move being worth more because it's multiplicative. Rerolling was kind of busted in your last game to get infinite perks, basically. Yeah, a lot of things in Star Mining Co were a bit busted, not gonna lie. But I think the thing with that game is that it was all about getting as much money as possible. And so everything was geared towards making money, and then you just could spend all of that money on the re-rolling. Whereas this game is less about money. Like, I think money will be tighter in general in this game. So re-rolling is more of a choice, like a choice that you have to actually make. So we'll see how it pans out. Here we go. We've got that laser bomb. The names as well need a lot of work because they're not good. But so a laser bomb, when you match it, will clear the whole row. Yeah, I think I need to tweak the shop to, like, the weights of the shop at the moment are just like random values that I've put in, so they're skewed heavily towards things that shouldn't be coming up this frequently. I'm going to try and save that gold piece. Oh, the other thing is you can move pieces without making a match, but it will obviously cost you a move. So you can sort of like maneuver pieces into place and then like trigger everything all at once if that's how you want to do it. But you do run the risk of running out of moves as well. Okay, let me try and finish this level. There we go. We got the extra $1 for the gold piece. That's good. And then we get, yeah, so you get half as many dollars as you had moves remaining, as well as the reward from the level. And I don't show the reward here. Oops. So let's unlock... Oh, see, this is a good one because it gives you +2 combo on match, but I don't have enough money to unlock a shape. So it's a level 3 shape, so I can't have it with either of these. But if I unlock one of these, then it will be... I can get a higher level enhancement next time. And now this next boss gives me 4 bad obstacles. So these ones are actually more obstacles. And I need to put the... I need to show the hover information in here. But I think I got 3 ice and a rock. So a rock will just like block you from moving, but then making a match next to it breaks it. And then this is all ice. So you can't move inside the ice. Like, you can swipe into the ice, but you can't swap underneath it or out of it. And then making a match inside it cracks it. So let me just pop these down. I don't think it really matters. So let's see. So like I can't swipe this orange out of here, or like anything like this, but I can move into it. So this blue I can take into there and it cracks the ice. And rock got matched next to it, and that's what cracked it. So I think that boss probably, I mean, again, there's only limited obstacles added so far as well, so the choices for the boss are kind of limited. Will that reach? No. Smashing. I think there was already a gold piece inside the alchemist. Okay, here we go. So get a level 3 enhancement there. So this one, the laser bomb does like just a row or a column, whereas this one does both at once. And we still got a glass piece there. Oh, geez, the tooltips here are pretty bad. There's a lot of things, the game's still very new. So there's a lot of things that are just sort of been slapped in that don't yet fully function. So bear with me. I'm surprised I've lasted this long, to be honest. I think it's because I'm used to, I only recently changed this back to being multiplication as opposed to adding, so I'm used to it taking way longer. So I think I need to balance everything, obviously, still, but I'm not used to it being this easy. We probably want to try and keep the gold piece so that we can save up some money. So yeah, see here you can really see that your deck runs out, and this is where these diamond pieces come in handy. So if I try and make a match with the diamond pieces so you can see, it's not going to be that easy though, is it? Here we go. So I'm going to match this orange diamond piece here, and it will come back, yeah, into the grid on match. Now, there is actually, I need to think about this a little bit because I was playtesting it the other day and I had 3 diamond pieces of the same color that I could match, and then they would just keep matching over and over and over again. So I need to, I might need to put some limit on it so it's not like infinite redraws. Maybe it's like 5 per round or something, because otherwise it's a bit OP. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this level. So we all of our enhancements are destructive ones rather than ones that add score or anything. Oh, do you want to see? You can also do this cheeky thing where you can match like that. That's kind of fun. And you can also do things like, oh, there's not a good example of it, I don't think. But you can like pull things out of a column, so you could make a match that way. Yeah. Scuffed. All right. I'll do one more quick one just so that we can. Oh, sorry, smash the microphone there, so that we can see if we can find a bit more of the content of the game, just to show you a bit more what's going on. But I think this is sort of like the general gist of it. Is it's a deck buildy road-likey match 3 game. Is the general gist. Very early with the diamonds as well. Again, I'm going to do it because they're quite handy. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, I think enhancements need to be a lot more prevalent in the shop. But I'm going to semi-steal again from Balatro and do some packs of items, I think, so then you can choose from a selection of items. Getting the same enhancements. There are, I swear to God, there are other enhancements in here. Not very many, to be fair, but there are some other enhancements. So hopefully we can see 1 or 2 of them. Maybe I should just re-roll a whole bunch, but I don't have much money. In fact, I got $0. Okay. Here we go. So the wild card actually is kind of stacked. So let me just double wild card. And so what this does is it can match with any color. I honestly think it probably needs to be higher than level 1 because it's a bit overpowered. So watch this. You can start like chaining things together pretty well with the wild card. Okay, we're not getting very lucky with it, but if you, I swear, if you do a lot of wild cards, you can. Oh, I didn't notice that. I wasn't even paying attention to my own bosses. So that's another thing I need to do actually is make the boss more obvious. I need to put the text somewhere that you. What is this shop, man? Okay, well, let's see if we can get a bit of a roll going. See that? Yeah. So the wild cards are pretty overpowered. Not gonna lie. We'll get one alchemist. Put him in the corner. Yeah, because you can. It really starts like chaining things together if you can get a bit of a roll going with it. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a few different materials as well. Um, so ruby here, as you can see, re-triggers the enhancements on match. Oh, this is funny. So this one here is a void tile, so there'll be an empty hole in the thing. I need to probably make the make it more obvious what's going on there. So now we've got a gap in our grid, and that just stays there permanently. So that one's actually an annoying one. Whereas these other ones aren't too bad because I can immediately just make matches with them and they disappear. Okay, tungsten here. So this is another good one. So it costs 2 moves. Yeah, costs 2 moves on swap, but gives 2 times combo on match. So I'll add one of these just so we can see what's going on. So the trick there is that you want to try and match it, but without having to swap it directly. So we'll see if we can manage to do that. Not in the grid yet, though. That was a pretty good move. All right. Actually, I think was this the level we got stuck on last time? I think it was. Things are going a bit smoother this time. The double wild card is pretty overpowered, like I was saying. Might need to tweak the level. Okay, so here's our tungsten piece. So if I make this cube here, it did 2x it, but it was probably too early into the scoring to make much of a difference. We're not chaining too many things. Here we go. There we go. Through the level. Cool. Got a fair bit of money. I may as well just unlock these shapes, and then we can make even more matches. So that's kind of the name of the game, is just make lots of matches. We do have the tungsten here. We probably want to try and do something with that if we can. But we don't want to move it. So, like, actually, no, I'll just show you. If I move it, we're on 14 moves. Obviously, we go down to 12. Diagonal with the red. Sorry, I missed. If you were talking about a move I should have made, I've definitely missed it. Sorry. At this point, this whole stream is just going to be me playing my game, isn't it? I don't know if we're going to be able to make this score, to be honest with you. No. It was the most useless use of tungsten ever. So I think probably actually part of our problem is that we've got all these shapes that don't actually contribute to the chaining anymore. So I probably shouldn't have unlocked all of them, to be honest. Turns out it was not smart. But anyway, that's good. We're at least now you know what the game is like, so that when we're adding stuff, you know what we're in for. All right. So I think what I want to do, let me just pull up my handy dandy little to-do list here. So I think we want to add packs to the shop. As I said, directly stealing from Balatro. Um, I think there's going to be a few different packs. I think the first three, all very obvious. So we have a piece pack so that we can um, choose from some pieces to add to our deck. An enhancement pack where we can obviously choose some enhancements. Zill, hey, how you going, mate? It's good to see you. It's been a little while. We are working on my next game, basically. So, uh, very briefly, it's like a Balatro cross Candy Crush mashup. It's like a match three, yeah, match three Balatro, exactly. Um, and so you can, yeah, unlock new ways to make matches and new power ups when you make those matches. Bloody, bloody, blah. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be making the shop better because the shop currently sucks and it gives terrible, terrible like terrible items. The weighting is all off. And the first step into improving the shop is adding some packs, exactly like in Balatro, where you can choose from multiple options. So we'll have different pieces you can choose, different enhancements. You can choose obstacles you can add to the grid, and then some modifier packs, which will basically be like the tarot cards, I'm guessing, because they'll like change the piece type, add materials, remove pieces, duplicate pieces, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's what we will be doing now. I haven't quite figured out how we're going to do it, but we will figure that out as we go. The other thing is that's kind of fun about this game is that most of the actual functionality of like all the bosses, all the pieces and everything is actually done in like a modular way so that when this is released, people will be able to make mods for it, which is fun. So I've got this big in the file structure inside the assets folder, I've just got a mods folder, and inside that there's like the core mod, which holds all the info for the core of the game. And so it's got all the information for the enhancements and like the materials and the bosses and stuff in this JSON file. And then part of that, so a lot of these just point to a Groovy file then. Groovy, by the way, is like a scripting-ish language that works with Java. And yes, we're still in Java. So if I open up like here, the blocker, all it does is on the round start, it will disable a random enhancement, and then at the end of the round, it'll unlock it again. Or like, let's have a look at enhancements. We've got quite a few, but like the laser bomb. The first half of this is just figuring out based on the rotation of the thing which way we're going to be going, but then it just like matches the whole row. And then actually most of this is so that I can add particles, but I've only done that for this enhancement, and I don't know if I'm going to do it. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But the main thing here is that it like matches the row of the piece we're in, or it matches the column if we're rotated the other way. But yeah, so it's all modular, and then I've got a mod loader. Mod loader, and that will just go through that mods file and pick out all of the mods in there, all the folders in there, and try and find like this info.json. And yeah, it will then spit out all of that into loaded mods. And then, yeah, so people will be able to add their own items and stuff to the game. So I will probably need to make these packs in the shop part of the mod so that people can add their own packs if they want to. I think that's what we're going to have to do. So I've got a shop items here, which is just like a scripted shop item. Oh, here, why don't I show you an example of it? So shop. So remove piece. The way this works is I've got a thing where you can like choose which pieces you want it to apply to, and it takes some picker params. So basically you can pick one piece. So this is checking if the selection is valid. We make sure we've only got one piece selected. And then what we do with that piece is that we just remove it from the deck. Oh, and then so most of the time I'm like modifying the piece that is added to the deck. Sorry, not added, that's in the deck. And so the modification takes place visually anyway, but in this case I want to remove it. So I've got to actually set the piece to null in the grid as well. Like it gets removed from the actual deck, but because it's already visible in the grid, it's a whole thing. But anyway, so yeah, these are just like scripted singular shop items that can be purchased. But I think what we probably want is like a shop pack. And so that will be probably having like a name. Yeah, it's Java with Groovy game scripting, basically. Yeah, exactly. And so all of the Groovy is compiled at runtime so that people can add their own mods, is the gist of it. And so, yeah, we're going to be trying to make these shop packs scriptable. Although not really scriptable, because I think what it'll be is it'll just be grouping together a list of items that can then be sold in a pack. I think is the thing. But I guess so. One thing I'll have to consider is some of these. I think the modifier pack actually is the only one where this will apply. Some of these will have to be doing the picker thing. I'll try and get to. Yeah, why don't I just rig the shop? Gonna rig the shop so that, as you can see here, this is a very shit way of filling out the shop items. I basically just got like, if there's a 10% chance that it'll be a piece, and there's a 30% chance that it'll be an enhancement, and there's a 20% chance it'll be and it's just like, I think these aren't very good. But let's just rig the shop at the moment so that we can so that we can actually look at the functionality that we're trying to do. Am I using a game engine? No. I haven't learnt my lesson from last time. I tried using what's it called? libgdx, just because I've been doing Java for too long now. So I tried using libgdx, and I was just finding it way slower than doing things, reusing everything that I used last time for the last game. I mean, libgdx I think is very good for what I like, because it's more of the framework sort of side of things than a full-on engine, because it's all in code, which is something that I find appealing. But I was basically too stubborn to learn it, and I just was going myself as well. But I think after this game, because I started this in libgdx because I was like, I'm not gonna do that again where I just do it all from scratch. And so I started this game in libgdx and then converted it back to my own thing, which, by the way, I've sort of separated out into its own engine. So I've got like a framework, I guess, which is separate from all the game code now, because in the first game, obviously, it was all just like stuck together. So I've tried to like separate that out into stuff that could run any game, and then stuff specific to this game. And so yeah, it's a bit nicer now. But I think after this game, I'm going to abandon all of it and go to Odin and Raylib is my plan, because I think that's going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. But for this game, still doing Java, still rolling my own stuff, and still having fun. So that's good. Actually, just got to take the jumper off because I'm warming up. There we go. Much better. De-smushed. Exactly. Yeah, I've had to de-smush the engine and the gameplay code. All right, so let's rig the shop to show what I was going to show, which is the piece picker stuff. So I think what's a good one for that? I guess a material or a obstacle. Okay, yeah, let's just, I shouldn't have uncommented all of that, actually. I'm gonna put all of this back in. but I will just... Oh, missed a few brackets. Okay, I'm gonna... What do I want? I just want pieces and materials, I think. Okay, comment that out. This is the silliest way of doing this. So we just want an else here. And we'll do this as 50%, just so that I can show you. Why is there a 0 there? Oh, these should be floats as well. Anyway, I'm faffing over stuff that doesn't matter. So what I want to show is that some of these things need to be in a picker situation. So let me just play the first level, which hopefully we can smash out of the park. The first level is very easy. I'm gonna have to do a lot of balancing, obviously. So, okay, yeah. So with these ones, because we're turning items blue, we need to choose which pieces we want this to affect. So I think everything in the modifier pack will be something that you choose like this. But we also need a way of choosing which modifier that we want. Like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. In here, we'll have a name. We'll have a num items. So I think by default, probably like 3 or 4. And then we'll have a items list. And so this is all the options that can be chosen for this pack. Yeah. All the items can be chosen for the pack. And then... So the thing that I'm struggling with, and is going to be a little bit tricky, is that... So these ones... Oh, did not mean to do that. These first 3, you just choose something and it gets added to either your deck or like the obstacles that you need to place or whatever. And that's fine. So we can just choose one of these. Whereas this one, we need to choose a thing and then also choose a piece to apply it to. So in Balatro, which everything is being stolen from, let me just... Oh my gosh. Tarot card screen. Dude, what's that website that's got like the games UI? Something. There's some... Yeah, this, I think. Hopefully this can show us what we want to see. So in some shops... So yeah, like in the planet cards, when you're upgrading a hand, you just choose a card and there's no cards to apply it to. But then in like the spectral packs or the tarot cards or whatever, you choose cards and have the thing that you want to choose. So at the moment... Oh, do you know what the difference is? So in Balatro, you can buy a tarot card and then it goes into your little storage place up here. And then you can't apply it until you're in some sort of grid where you can... Sorry, I'm applying the grid to this. But you've got like cards in your hand where you can actually like choose a card to apply it to. Whereas in my game, there's no like holding place for items that you can then apply. So at the moment, if I was in the equivalent situation here, if this was like a... Let me go to a better... Maybe I just got to open Balatro myself. Because that shop is not what I wanted to. Doesn't show it well. Alright, we're opening Balatro. We're going off the rails. Although it might be full screen, so I wonder if OBS will have a... that's not what I want to show. Try. I think that's it. Fix that up. There we go. Okay, so I think let's just play. I've been trying to. I can't see my cursor. I think OBS is okay. No, we've got to get out of here. I don't know. I don't know how to quit. Can't see my mouse. Alright, there we go. And let me go back to here as well. So I need to be able to choose pieces and choose the thing that you want to be choosing. But the thing is, at the moment, when you buy, like when I buy this item, it automatically takes me to this thing where I can then, you know, choose pieces to apply it to. But when I buy a pack, it needs to open up this screen and then also give me the option of what I want to choose. So like when I... let's go back. Like the spectral card. But at the moment, if you... I don't know how I'm going to do this. Let's just get something going, and then we can tweak it to be perfect later. So I think, for the moment, let's just work on loading things in. I also just think that this is a bit crap. This is big time crap. So I think what I need to do is actually just have a big sorted list of items. Yeah, a sorted list of items, and then those, when I'm choosing something, I just pull a random thing out of there and then see if it's all right. Because things can be blocked, or, you know, what am I trying to say? Like, we could have it where certain things aren't, like, maybe you have to buy an upgrade to be able to purchase pieces from the shop, say. So if we pull out a piece item, then we skip it and try and get something else. So I think I might have to do that, honestly. And then if I'm going to do that, I probably want it as a hash map so that I can just put the name of the item here. So like add move has an ID of add move. Yeah. And so we just put the ID and then we store everything in a hash map. Because I don't really want to be sorting the items every single time that we pull something out. Like, I want to be able to just is there a structure that's like a hash map that's sorted? Sorted map. Here we go. That's exactly what we want. Oh, perfect. Cool. What? From Java 7. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so we want a sorted map. And so we sort it based on level. Where is the... I think... or maybe we sort it based on cost. And so just assume that the cheaper items are early game items because I don't have a level for shop items. Maybe that's a bad assumption, but we're going to go for it for the moment just because it's simpler and simple is good sometimes. So what we want is a private final static sorted map that's a string to a shop item. If I can spell shop item, and it's going to be called item list. Oh, that's not how that syntax works. And it's a new sorted thing. Okay, this is... no. Surely there's a way of doing it not like that. Surely I don't have to override all of that stuff just to get it. Is there like a... Let's try and get a slightly more up to date. Like, how do you just... How do you just make one? Here we go. Stack Overflow to the rescue. Ah. Oh, is sorted map just an interface? Probably should have noticed that. Yes, interface. So we want a tree map. We want a tree map. Cool. And we probably want it. So let's have a look at tree map now. Tree map. Can we pass it? Yes, we can pass it the comparator. Cool. Okay, cool. So I think what we want to do is just sort it based on cost. Exactly the same as what I've done here. And I think we can honestly probably get rid of this custom items map. Oh, but it sorts it based on the key. Can I get a comparator that gives me... Oh, it's always the key. Oh, that's really annoying. So maybe I do just need a separate hash map. Maybe okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna do a hash map and then I'll sort it when I need to pull something from it. And it's just gonna be all of the items. And so this is just like the item map. Oh. So it's not ordered or sorted or anything, and then whenever we want to get an item, it seems so bad. Maybe after I've finished loading, I can do a sort and create like a... sorted items. And so we can have a... Look, okay, I'm going to get rid of custom items. Oh, how did I manage to screw that up? So then add... I think we just have an add shop item. And this will just be a shop item. And then we say item map dot put item dot get ID. And that points to the item. And then we can say public static void on, I don't know, like on item load complete or something. Or just, maybe we just do like sort items. And then we can do a thing where we say item map dot get no dot values. Yes, so we want, okay, maybe this can't be final. So we say sorted items is a new array list of the values from our item map, and then we say sorted items dot sort, and then we can paste in our comparator that does the cost. And then if the cost is the same, it sorts it based on name, just as a backup, and that sorts our items. And then when we come in here to get shop items, we can say if sorted items. Actually, you know what we could do? Be a bit smarter about this. Private boolean needs sorting equals false, and then when we add a shop item, we say needs sorting equals true. It's got to be static. So when we add, and then when we've finished sorting, we can say needs sorting equals false. And then if we're trying to get an item and we need sorting, we can sort the items like that. And then while we haven't got enough shop items, we can say that item equals rand dot blue. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. Let's do random equals that, just to save a bit of typing. Hello? Hello? That. Get out of here. There we go. The auto imports sometimes just don't do what they're meant to do. All right, so random normal. So we can use a normal distribution to get an item from here, from our sorted items, based on the, so pass in how far through the game we are, so the progress. Why is this? Don't even know what this is trying to tell me. Have I commented something weird? Okay. Now what's the problem? Oh, it needs more arguments, I think. Okay, so we also need, what do we need? The range. Oh, so we got the midpoint range. Crazy how you can like write code and completely forget how it works in a matter of a few weeks. um, so I think here, let me have a look at how I've done things to the past. Random normal. So we do the size times the progress. Yes. And then I've done a range of half. Okay. Is the range? Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so let's comment that back out. And so then we put in here the sorted item size times progress, and it's sorted. Yeah, let's pull this out into num items equals sorted items dot size, just to make it a bit less yucky. Num items. Okay, cool. So we get a random item from our newly loaded and sorted list. So that's good. So this means it should, I guess it just weights everything the same, though, is the only problem with this system. Hmm. We can manipulate the sorted items thing later. So what we could do if we really wanted to add like weighting is you could add multiple instances of a single item. Uh and that way it's more likely to be picked, obviously. But it is weighted in the fact that at the beginning of your run, it's more likely to pick from the start of the array and then it goes deeper. And we've sorted it based on cost. So you're more likely to get the more expensive things later in the run. So that's good, I think. But then we do need to do some things. So if item is an instance of, oh, see, this just gets. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to do some extra stuff here to add things to this array. Because what I was doing is I was getting a random enhancement and then creating the shop item from that enhancement. And same with obstacles and piece types, actually with most of them. Oh, bugger. That makes it slightly more annoying. That does definitely make it more annoying. So let me open up like enhancement shop item. Yeah, this is a bit annoying. Bit annoying. Oh, sorry, Zill. I didn't see that you were popping off. I will hopefully see you later. Hope your doing things goes well. And I also do love the idea of you making an abnormal distribution library that does weird things. That sounds like a lot of fun. Sorry, I accidentally had the chat showing me top chats and not all of the chats, so I don't think I probably missed you by a few minutes there. Sorry. Yeah, okay, this is going to be a bit more of a bastard than I had anticipated. Because what I was thinking I was going to be doing is, as you can see here, I've got on some of these items. So if I go to like, I think like, actually no, I think I don't have this implemented anywhere, but you can have a there's like a can purchase thing here, and so if you override this to be false, then obviously you can't purchase it. So I need to be able to check that the thing that we're buying is purchasable. Maybe what I can do to get around that is go to shop item and purchase. I've already got a can purchase, and then what I can do is say, for instance, in the enhancement shop item, I can override the object-oriented stuff. Does get you sometimes, doesn't it? Public boolean can purchase. We override that and we say return super dot can purchase, or do we want an or? No, we want an and. And we can purchase our enhancement. I think that's what we want. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then we do that for the other ones as well. So I think the obstacle shop item. Do the same thing. And then material as well. I think there's a better way of doing this. I think there is a better way of doing this. So I think probably what I should be doing, and this is like fully drinking the object oriented Kool-Aid. Where do I hold my piece stuff? So all of this stuff should maybe, oh, and also the obstacles should inherit from like a base item class. Because at the moment the shop things and the actual items themselves are very distinctly separated. But maybe I just need a base item class that has like a can purchase, a get cost, and that sort of thing on it, and then I can have it's all a bit annoying. All a bit annoying. Because having them all in one array is kind of good for the choosing an item. Because at the way I had it previously, having it in like different buckets, and there's like a 10% chance that you choose this bucket of items and a 10% chance you choose this bucket of items. There could be different numbers of items in each of those buckets. So to me, it doesn't really make sense to be like, there's a 10% chance you get one of these three, and there's a 10% chance you get one of these like 100. I think it's going to be a bit annoying no matter which way I do it. Because the other thing is, if I do make, like, say, an enhancement inherit from an item class, is I've got this. I'll have multiple of these sorts of hash maps. Because, like, an enhancement would also be in the enhancement map, but then also in the shop item map. But I guess I'm going to have a shop item for it anyway. The other question, like, this is such a wrapper around the enhancement already. Like, could I just get rid of the shop items altogether? Pretty much. I think the only one that I really need is like the scripted shop item, because that wraps a groovy. Well, it doesn't wrap, but it what am I trying to say? Yeah, it's like in the groovy scripting thing, so that needs to exist. But I think all the rest. Hmm. If you got any suggestions, feel free to shoot them through. bit, it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky because I do need a map somewhere of all the items so that I can do the packs and just have a list of just use the ID of the item in the pack. So I guess the other way I could do it for the moment, just shut all of this. In the mod loader, so when I load the enhancements, I could also do like shop manager dot add shop item for that enhancement. Like I could do that. Put that in here. Or even better. So yeah, when I load an enhancement, I load the actual enhancement, but then I also make a shop item for it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I think, look, I just want to get something made, and then we can make it nicer. So again, we probably want to do something like this. So then we add a material shop item for the material. The tricky one will be pieces, because each time, like each piece needs to be its own instance, whereas these shop items are basically like a static thing. We'll come back to that. We will come back to that. So obstacles. Oh, I don't have a null check here. If obstacle equals null. Oopsie daisy. Return. And then otherwise we add it to the obstacle thing. And then we want a shop manager dot add shop item. New obstacle item. For that obstacle. Cool. Maps don't need one. Load shop items. So this is just add shop item for that item, but again, don't have a null check. Cool. Bosses don't need. Okay, yeah, cool. Cool. So we will have a private static void load shop packs. And we'll add a new shop packs, plural, like that. Okay, good. And then loader again. Why don't I just do some yonkies? Now, you might be wondering why I'm loading things the way that I'm doing it, where I'm doing each thing in each mod in an individual step. But basically what I want is I load them in this order so that different mods can use things from other mods. So like if I load all of the pieces at the same time, you could have a mod that adds a deck that uses pieces from another mod. But it can only do that if all of the decks are loaded after all of the pieces, because otherwise the order that the mods get loaded starts mattering, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So I just load all of the pieces from all of the mods, then all of the matches, all of the enhancements, and blah, 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 all the way down, so that then hopefully you can make mods that use things from other mods and not have to, mess around with moving the order of mods. So you just include a mod and then it should work. So in this case, we want to load the shop packs after all of the other items have been loaded, so that we can. I should have done that as a rename. So that we can have the packs reference items from any mod and put them in a pack. That's the sort of idea behind that. So we get the shop packs. If we don't have shop packs, we bail, and then we go through each of the shop packs. So we want to not do it like this. We want to say we like what is it? JSON object pack info equals shop packs dot get JSON object I, and then name equals pack info dot get string name. Yep. Int num items get int num items. Then we want JSON. Can I get like a? I just got to do like this. Okay, I'm gonna have to convert this to a string array. I think. Item list equals pack info dot get items. So in the shop, we'll need a new I'll call it item pack. For the moment, we'll just say private final string name. What else did I have? Private final int items. Private final string array item list, and then we can say public item pack takes in a name, number of items, and a string array of the item list. Cool. All right. Do the whole generate getters. Not like that. Why did it only do that one? No. I almost never do this. I'll just type it. Public string get name public string array list get. Okay, just so that we've got something. So then in the mod loader here, we can create a item pack. Can I do like to string array? That's perfect. Cool. Item list to string array. Cool. So then if the pack equals null, we return, and then we're going to have to add item pack. Oh, that can't be null. Yes. I've just made one. Cool. Cool. So then in the shop manager, how do we want to store these? I think we probably just want these. Like, I don't think we really need to be getting these by name. I don't even know if they need a name. No, I think they do need a name. They also probably need a description, to be honest. Oh, these description. Okay, we've done the full description. Oh, the other thing I should note about this game that's different from the last game is that I'm actually going to support translations, which is good. Um, and so mods support them as well. You just supply a bunch of translation files here. I've only got the base ones at the moment because I obviously haven't gotten them translated. And I don't know. I'll have to see about getting them professionally translated, but we'll see. Um, but yeah, so all of these things, rather than putting the actual name and description here, I just put the key in the translation map here. But yeah, so we need to do. I need to be able to retrieve these by name. I think the answer is probably not. Oh, we need a cost as well. I don't know. We'll put actual values in a minute. Get the cost and description. Like that. So then we'll pass these in an order that hopefully somewhat makes sense. So what I've actually been doing is I've been doing public string get ID, which is just the raw name. And in this, I will translate when we want to get the actual name, and then get description will also be translated. And then what else did I put? Cost. Public and get cost. Need to actually put these in. String description int cost. Like that, and then we can in the shop manager have a final priority queue of item packs and call this item packs new priority queue, and then we want to do probably doesn't really. I think we want to do this same comparator. I wonder if I can. Private final static comparator. Oh, it's a comparator for thing. Yeah, okay, no. So we just want to do this priority queue with the same thing. Get cost. Get cost. Why is cost public? Yeah. Let's protect it. It's in the same scope. Maybe I should do the same thing. Oh. Wonder. Anyway, I'll ignore that for the moment. Oh, actually, I already changed it, didn't I? I should be able to just. I think I didn't mind the fact that it was private. I think that's fine. Okay, so then we create an item pack, and we've got this item packed, and then we want a public static void add item pack, and then item packs dot add item. Oh, I didn't. I was wondering, like, why is the autocomplete being so bad? But it turns out I'm the dingus. Okay, so that gets us our item packs, and then we probably want a public static item pack get item pack. And we'll pass in the progress. So the progress, by the way, is just like how far through the game you are, and it's just used to weight the randomness to be better or worse items, basically. So you get stronger items further into the game. And we'll do a very similar thing to what we did here. We can actually move that. So let's just yoinky that. We get the random object. And then we want to return rand dot have a rand dot random normal for but this is a priority queue, not an array list, so I might need to overload this again. Project. All right, so let's go to the random thing. Random normal public t random normal priority queue t list range. There's probably a very easy way to actually just be list dot to array. It's probably what we want. How do you... Is a priority queue... Oh, no, I don't want a priority queue. Priority queue. I think what I want... Do we do the same thing? I think we will just do the same thing. We'll make this an array list. Oh, get rid of all this. Take it out. And this is a new array list. And then we'll do a similar public static void sort item packs. Dot sort using that comparator. And then we can do needs sorting is kind of too generic. But what we could do is we could use this for both. Oh, that seems a bit dodgy. I guess with this, like, we're sort of doing it lazily here. Look, okay, I'm just going to do items need sorting and packs sorting. Don't like the way I've got this all laid out. I'm not going to lie to you. I think... Let me just pull all of these up to the top. Like that. Separate these out a bit. Something like that. So, add item pack, and then packs need sorting equals true, and then when we sort the packs, packs need sorting equals false. This is all a bit grotty. Items need sorting. But look, we're getting there. All right, so if if the packs need sorting, then we want to sort item packs, and then we're going to get a random item pack thing. Just do that for the moment. I think that's all we need to do. This needs to be items need sorting. False, and then okay, yeah, so this we still need to figure this out. I think I'm gonna go and grab myself a cup of tea and have a quick little break and then come back and try and finish this off because I'm sort of like halfway through a few things and I need to gather my thoughts a bit, I think. So I'm gonna go and have a cup of tea. Well, I'll go and make a cup of tea and come back with it and maybe have a little bite to eat. Sorry, I'm just putting my Ugg boots on because it is actually kind of cold here. The middle of our winter. So freezing, what is it? It's probably a ridiculously warm temperature to most of the world. Currently 20 degrees Celsius. So not particularly cold, but Ugg boots are warranted nonetheless. All right, I'm going to go grab a cup of tea and I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Alrighty, we are back. Cup of tea has been acquired. That should help keep me nice and toasty, warm, and productive. So, while I was making the tea, I did not think about this at all. So we're coming back, um, and we're still just going to bumble our way through it. So I think what we want to do. Oh, I've just thought of something. So I think what I've just thought of, this can purchase thing. The top level one on the shop item is to make sure that we can afford it and that it's a valid purchase. Whereas the one on the items themselves is more about whether or not it's available to be purchased. So I think we need to actually separate this out. This is an abstract class. Cool. So we can do, I'm gonna do a no, I'm not gonna do this abstractly, I think, because I think most of the time we all want public boolean available for purchase. Bit of a dodgy name, but I think by default, yes, all items are available, and then we can change this to available for purchase, and we just return that. So in these cases, we defer to the item that's being purchased. Call, and that just makes it much easier because then here we can say if not item dot available for purchase, continue. And that should simplify that. The only thing that is a bit dodgy still is this one here, but we'll delete everything else, I think, because everything is now in that item array. This is still running, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know what I've purchased here. Let's see. Oh. There's so, every time I look at the game, there's so many things to do. But you just got to do it one little bit at a time, I think. Otherwise, it's overwhelming. Because like this has got no information in it. I need to be like telling you how many of each item you've got and how many are like enhanced or have materials or whatever. But so much of the UI needs work. And I hate UI work. Anyway, don't get distracted. Stay on target. So, we've changed this one. Material needs to be like this. An enhancement needs to be like this. So the tricky one now, let me just shut these. Shut that. Clean it up a bit. So this one here is tricky because the way that it works is random piece. There's a random chance that it gets an enhancement. And actually there should be also, I think I haven't touched this since I added. Set material. Does that need? Yeah, okay, cool. I need this. This will be random material ID. Although we might want it to be weighted. I'm going to do that. And then pass in the progress. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so the way this works is that you know what I could do? Is rather than have this, well, I could add a script in that gets the items. So you could have it as a list or as a getter. So for example, on the piece pack, we just get a whole bunch of random pieces. And then in the other packs where it's like a defined list of items, we can have that in the array. But then the problem is if you want to have it so that you can buy an upgrade that allows pieces to be showing up in the shop, then uh, then it's tricky. The other thing is at the moment, so here in the game, might have to play a little bit more to be able to show you what I mean. I forgot that I rigged this. Shit. Basically, the enhancements so far that you buy in the shop are the ones that get synced up with a shape, so that when you make that shape in the grid, you get a piece with that enhancement. But I also wouldn't mind having enhancements that you can add directly to a piece that are different from the ones you put here. But I wonder if maybe we don't do that because the way it works is... Here, let me try rerunning this. I don't think I've broken anything too badly. We'll see if the shop works. I forgot I don't have that unlocked. Oh, there we go. That was a very good run. Oh, okay, yeah, I completely broke it because where we're doing this, I'm always overriding the piece. All right. What was I saying? So the item that we choose, like the enhancement item thus far goes here, but I think maybe because we are spawning glass pieces with the enhancement, maybe the way of... Oh, we don't want that. Oh no. Okay. I've clearly cooked something. Random good obstacle piece weighted. Okay, so I'd forgotten that I'd done things like this. Okay, so obstacle. So there's good obstacles and bad obstacles, and basically like a negative level. The more negative the level, the worse it is, and so that's how the boss that gives you obstacles to put in your grid knows if an obstacle is good or bad. So I'm gonna do like public is good obstacle. I don't know about this. Obstacle, and then we say return obstacle.level greater than 0. So if is good obstacle. Obstacle. Let me do that. But the reason I've done that is so that when we're loading the mods, we're loading the obstacles, we only want to add a shop item if it's a good obstacle. So if obstacle dot is good obstacle, then we want to add it to the shop. Because I think at the moment, because these are negative, like literally I get paid if I take these. And because we're sorting based on costs, they were negative cost, so they're always going to be available. So let me pop these down. Right. Okay, let me try and beat this level. Oh, I should restart because I've now fixed this. And we'll see if our thing is working at all. It seems to be working, given that it chose a whole bunch of obstacles that were cheap to the point where I get paid if I take them. Okay. This is a pretty good shop. I don't have enough money for everything though. I'm gonna take the materials. So materials should probably be much more expensive because they're kind of like a late game sort of thing, I think. But it does appear like the shop is operating like how I want it to. I think we might have to do some waiting in the shop where certain, like it's skewed towards certain items. Don't want either of them. Let's unlock that. Yeah. Double down. Oh, we gotta get a higher score. Okay. That should not be a problem, I think. Right, yeah. Maybe it will be a problem. Although we just did get a very good move there. Hopefully we can get another good move. It's looking a bit dicey. It is looking a little bit dicey. If I go this. Cutting it close. I think this is a good move. Oh. So yeah, I think that's working. So let's look at the packs now. So yeah, I'll need to think about how we do the whole piece pack thing. The alternative is I can do like what I've done. So with the shop items, the way this works in the mod is that the Groovy script extends the thing that it is. So it extends shop item. And that way in here, it sort of has that information. Rather than being in the JSON file, it's in the actual script itself. And so we have the ID and the description and the cost and the blah, blah, blah. So I could make this a script like these, and then instead of having this items thing, it just has a get items um, functione, and that way you can either just return from a list of items yourself, or you can um, generate items. Maybe that's what I'll do. I think I'll do that. I will do that. So, item pack may be a record, yes, but it can't be a record for long. So, I think what we want, get rid of this item list thing. We get rid of num items as well, because you just will be in charge of that when you return a list of items. So we have a... Also, the reason, by the way, if you're wondering, that I'm doing things extending rather than in like doing an interface and implementing them is because so like here for this example, an enhancement has a lot of functions that you can tap into, but I kind of want them to be defaultable. And so in Java, at least with an interface, you have to implement every single method, and you can't have like a default method. And so I've just done I've done them as via inheritance rather than with implementation, because that way, like I say, you can have a default implementation and then you just override it with your custom thing, and that way you only have to write code for the things that you actually want it to be doing, and you can just leave the defaults as they are. So, with that said, let us go to the item pack, and we were going to have a public. Should it be an array, or should it be... I think it'll be an array of shop items, get items, and it will by default return a new shop item array of 0 length. Although, actually, no, this should be... You have to implement this. Otherwise, what's the point of having the pack? You know? So we'll do that. Okay, and so let us add a... in the shop. Let's make a new... We'll do a pieces pack. That extends... What is it? Item pack. I think to be able to make this so that people in the community can mod it as well, is I'll have to share some classes, I think, so that you've got some info on the definitions. Although with Groovy, or at least I think when... Actually, this is a quite fun thing. So originally I had the Groovy script. The way that you... Yeah, hang on. Let me find the thing that I was following. So I was following this thing to get scripting working with Groovy in Java. And so what they do... Where is it? Maybe this is not the one. No, this is not the one. It was this one. Basically, they give you like a groovy object. Where was it? Anyway, what it was is it would like when I was compiling the groovy down here. I wonder if I can show the history. No. It would return a groovy object, and then to run a function on that groovy object, you had to like invoke the method with the method name, and it was super slow. I think I've got a screenshot. I did some profiling the other day. So here, it was on a material on tungsten here. It was calling on match, and just the running that function took 40 milliseconds. So it's like, yeah, it calls the on match, which calls this invoke method, which then somehow has to go through all of these invoke method functions, and then it finally gets to invoking it, and then that itself takes 40 milliseconds. But the actual so me calling on match on the material was taking 73 milliseconds, which is like at 60 frames per second, that's almost 5 frames. Just to call one, like, and you can see here that the number of invocations, oh, spoilers, is 1. It was only getting called 1 time, and it took 70 milliseconds. So then I actually figured out that I could, oh, I need to get rid of these things here. Actually, all of this will be changing soon. Then I figured out that I could actually just compile it, not to, for some reason it didn't really say this anywhere, and I could only figure this out via debugging, is that you can actually return the type of class it is, so that in the groovy, so where, like, yeah, where did that open here? So I can actually get the class from the groovy in the Java and just call it directly. And that, let's have a look side by side. Did I shut it? Maybe I shut it. So yeah, here, it took 40 milliseconds just to call the function and 70 milliseconds overall. And then just that simple change that no one mentions anywhere. The time of calling on match is now down to 0.6 milliseconds. So that's the equivalent of this line here, which was 73 milliseconds. So let's have a look what the speed boost there is. So 73 divided by 0.625. It's 100 times speed boost. That's not bad. That's not bad for one day's, like, that literally took like an hour or two to figure that out. So that's I'm pretty stoked with that. But yeah, there's a little background. So now the scripting isn't anywhere near as slow as it used to be. So that's good. But so now we need to change this so that we will have I think I just added a pieces pack, didn't I? Yes. Why did I've got the naming conventions I've used inside the mod have changed like through over time, so they're a bit inconsistent. But maybe I should. I think technically these should probably be uppercase, and I should probably not be doing them undercase like this, but that's all right. So this will be like piece pack, and this will be piece pack description, and then the cost, I don't know, we'll chuck it at not 65, $5. So then get items. What we will do for this one is we want to yoink what we had. Shop manager, yes, take that. And so pieces pack, what we want probably is like, I don't know, Actually, we should definitely do like int num items equals 3, and then we can say shop items equals new shop item num items. Cool, and then for each of these, we say items I equals yeah, so we probably want to pass in we want event params and we want float progress. Is that in the no, okay. Import that. You need this. Maybe we don't need this. So let us go back to the item pack, and this will, yeah, do that. So that should be good. What does this not like? Cannot infer argument types. Import you, please. Thank you. So there we go. Okay, so that should be that. And then say if we wanted, okay, so then here, this is now just going to be an array of called it pieces pack. And then let's try like an obstacle pack. Groovy. Pretty groovy. Right. Oh yeah, so let's actually load it properly first. So we should be able to just do basically what we've done here. And this is shop packs, and this will be an item pack. All this pack. Get rid of that, and that's how we load the shop packs in, I think. Yes. And then, okay, so let us try making our obstacle pack extends item pack. We want the constructor. So this will be obstacle pack. Oh, what am I doing? In the wrong spot. Okay, so obstacle pack. Obstacle pack description, and the cost can be $5 for the moment as well. And then for the shop item list, how do we want to do this? I think maybe we just do a similar thing, to be honest. Oh, what am I doing here? Return. We want to return the items. Cool. So then in the obstacle pack, I think with the way I'm doing it now, all that work at the start of the day with the making the map of items is kind of useless. Because now I'm using a script to get the objects and the items. Oh well. I think with so many of these things, sometimes you just got to start smashing out some code and see what happens, and then you can get an idea of what you actually need to do. Otherwise, you get like the blank page sort of paralysis. But is this what we want to do? I think with the way that we are going to do the pieces packs, it kind of has to be this way because they're generating them on the fly. Because I was wondering if you just return a string array of the item names that you want to be in the pack, and then something else, when you open a pack, it chooses the items for you. But I think the pack itself should just choose the items for you. Um, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but then it's like, I think now we just have to do like obstacle shop item and then obstacle dot get random good obstacle. I think we're basically just remaking the buckets that we had in the shop at the beginning. I think here. I think what we can do is get rid of the item map. Just call this items. Call this packs as well. For goodness sake. And so then here, instead of putting things into the map, we'll just add them directly. Because I don't think we need to be getting them by name. And then we're just doubling up having all that info. Just items, item. Okay, so let's try putting a pack into the game. Because we've got the definition of them, Fergalicious Definitious or something like that. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. So yeah, we've got some packs, and they should be getting loaded in the mod loader. And now we need to actually show them somewhere. So let's go to the shop screen. Set up shop UI. So we probably want to add... Oh, the packs will need a texture as well. So let's do a string texture name, and we'll do public string get texture name. Actually made private final string texture name. Cool. All right. So then, the way I've been doing this, probably not the smartest way. Actually, I'll quickly make some textures for the packs. Let's do that. Let me just. This is in the shop. Good, so we'll call this pieces pack. Let us do some little squares. We get that 8 by 8. Perfect. We'll just knock the corners off to make it a bit nicer. How many can fit? What's there? If we put that there, and then can we sneak another one in? We can, but there's a yucky gap. Oh, there, it's perfect. Perfect. So we should be able to get 9 of these bad boys in, and then we'll change the color of it. There we go. That is gorgeous. All right, and then let's make it somewhat random feeling. Orange one over there. Put a purple one there. Maybe another blue one somewhere. No, don't like that. Yeah, that's good. Orange. There we go. How's that? Ship it. It's good for the moment. Radio. Then what was the other one? Obstacle pack. Obstacle. And this one can probably be somewhat similar, although I might. Maybe it should just be 4 instead of 9. 9 is kind of an obscene amount, isn't it? I won't be able to fit a 16 by 16, but what about like a 14? No. 12 by 12. Here. I'm gonna change the I'm gonna quickly change the pieces pack as well. Pieces pack. Slap that down. Whoops. Should have taken the corners out before I copied and pasted it. Let's do like that. And then actually, you know what? I think I want it like this. I'm sure there's a much faster way of doing it. Dearie me. That's the pieces pack. And now I'm just going to copy this, slam it in here, and then we can... So I think what I've done is the obstacles all have a black border and the pieces all have a white border. So let's do this. I will make it more visually distinct at some point. I promise. I promise. Maybe if I choose some blander colors here. This. Just so it's very visually distinct from the pieces pack, which is all bright and shiny. This is all dull and crap. Okay, so we need to, in the shop, we need to add in some extra information here. This will be core shop obstacle pack is the texture name. And this one will be pieces pack. The cool thing about the mods as well, not to toot my own horn here, but I've made it so that you can basically structure it however you want internally, like the file structure. I've just got it all separated out into the different like categories that align with the JSON file, but you can kind of structure it however you want, because the way it loads in all like the textures and the sounds and everything is just like it just scrapes it all and then you just reference it by name. This, although the texture names and the sound names follow your file formatting. So like this is just like in the core folder, in the shop folder, then there's one called pieces underscore pack, and that's how I know that. But like if I move this somewhere else, I can just reformat this and it'll pick it up. All good. So we've got that. So now we need to actually show a pack on the screen. Shop. No, screens elements. So we've got a shop item region. You know what? I wonder if a shop item. I wonder if an item pack should be a shop item, because it kind of is a shop item. But then you could get weird with it and like have a pack that has packs inside it, which is probably not what we want to do. So I don't know about that, but oh yeah, this should implement serializable. I mean, there is probably a lot of overlap between these two things. Okay, I'm going to make this extend shop item. And then we'll do super name and cost. So then we can get rid of these. Gotta override them or implement them, sorry. And I've done that. Can get rid of get cost. Get items is our own special item pack thing. Is there anything else that we need to override? Purchase. So I think because this is an abstract class, we go here, it's probably complaining. Yes, okay. So we probably want to implement these ourselves. Yes, I will implement these in here. Get rid of abstract. So this, we can always just return an empty string because I think we can always purchase an item pack. And On purchase, we will figure this out soon. Lol. We'll figure that out. So this simplifies things a little bit. So then I think what we need to do, so otherwise I'd be reusing a whole bunch of stuff. So what we want to do is we want to also this is not where I wanted. This is where I wanted to. Okay, cool. So because I got to cache the shop, well not cache it, but it gets saved when you like quit the game or whatever. So I need to keep track of the item packs that you've used as well. So private. I think maybe I know Balatro has 2 packs per shop. Let's just keep it simple for the moment and just have a single pack. So where are we setting the shop items? That makes sense, but where do we call that? Set up next round. Cool. So we can say item pack equals shop manager.get item pack. So I get a new pack. We don't want to put it in here because this is what gets called when we re-roll, and we don't want to re-roll packs. Packs are just one and done. Again, just directly stealing from Balatro. So that's that, and then when we're setting up the shop UI, oh, I'm slamming caps lock there, not tab. Then we want to say that we want to add a new shop item region for the roguemash.manager. Oh, I need to make a getter for our pack item pack. Very getter for this, yes. Good. And then we want to say public or not void item pack, get item pack, return item pack, and then we probably want a public boolean purchase item pack. And if our item pack equals null, turn false. And we add money, negative item pack dot get cost. Item pack equals null. Turn true. Just mirroring what I've done for when we're purchasing a shop item. And so this just will, once we've bought it, then we're clearing it and we can't buy it again. Get item pack is what we want there, and then positioning stuff is always a nightmare. So I'm just going to slam it somewhere. The general area. Yes. Okay. So draw dot anchor direct general area game dot center game dot bottom. Game dot center game dot bottom and the theme. Okay, and that should put a random pack into it, but when we purchase at the moment, it won't do anything. On purchase. So we probably want to override this in the item pack. Because here we want to purchase the item pack. This is always going to be empty. I think we always as well just want to do this. Okay, so let us just run this and see what happens. Sorry, there's been a lot of just figuring things out without a lot of visual intrigue so far, but let's just slam through a level. There's a pretty elite move there. I feel like you want to try and like make matches that are actually two matches in one move, you know? So like if I move this one down, I'll also get this blue match here. And that's how you get mad points. Same thing here with the orange. Cool. So we've got our item pack here. Oh, I haven't added the... While I think of it, add those in. So in... Oh, where am I? Here are the shop items. Ooh. So let's say got the pieces pack. Piece pack. The pieces pack description will be, I don't know, add a piece to your bag. I don't know what to call like the. It's not really a deck because it's like you just got a bunch of pieces. So I mean, calling it a bag, but I don't know about that either. So if you got any ideas about what to call your collection of pieces, let me know. I might actually. The way I've got this set up as well is that your translations can be recursive. So this piece here will grab the name that is the translation for piece, which is somewhere. Somewhere here. And you can also do like fun things with the colors and stuff. Actually, I need to do a video on spicy text, which is a thing that I made for processing that lets you do text animations, and it's what's letting me do all the text animations in this. I need to do a video on that because I have actually released that, but no one knows about it unless you're on the Discord. But yeah, so I might add a translation for bag like that, and that way these can be the translate. And this way you can just sort of like, if you're reusing the same word over and over again, you can like if you've got one that's got animations attached to it or colors or whatever, instead of having to type that out every time, you can just refer to it already. So that's the pieces pack. Let's do the obstacle pack. Add an obstacle to your grid. I don't know if I've got. I don't know if that needs to be. I don't think. I want to try and make sure that everything is like try and use very consistent language for things, which is why I've sort of done this translation thing as well, because then you can like make sure you're always referring to something in the same way and it's got the same styling. And I think that just makes it a lot more easy on the player to know what the hell is going on. Because I feel like often with these sorts of roguelike games, there's a lot of like tags and item types and stuff that you need to mentally keep track of a bit. And so I think that's easier, obviously, if it's really consistent. Um, so I want to try and make sure that I do that. But that is by the by. So this will not do anything when I buy it, I don't think. But it shows up, which is good. So now we need to make it actually do something when we open it, which is going to be interesting. I think this is the whole crux of this whole part of like this whole feature. The difficult part is the bit that I've been avoiding and that we're going to have to do now. So that's fun, isn't it? Because we're going to have to open up a screen like this, but maybe have a second. I've done things like this so that it's kind of fun. Like you've got the grid here, which is the same mode of doing things as the actual game. I always find it kind of fun when that's the way things work. Like again, with Balatro, it's all just cards and you just choose cards. And it's the same as when you're playing a hand versus when you're in the shop. And that's kind of fun. I think definitely other games do it as well. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head though. But, you know, like even things like in a menu, you like, for example, shoot a target and that target is associated with the thing you want to do rather than just like clicking a button. Even though it's like the same action, you're just like clicking on a thing and you're shooting at it, but it's like, I don't know, it's more immersive, I guess, to be like this. But I'm wondering, do I make another grid with the items in it that you can choose? But that's going to be a bit annoying because the pieces that, like the way the grid's set up is it's meant to work with pieces, not with shop items. So maybe I just have a sort of like a radio button-esque thing up here, and we just click on a on the item that you want to use, and then you also choose the pieces that you want, and then you click OK when that works for the piece, like for the item that you've chosen. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Oh, accidentally double clicked there. So I think in the piece picker params, be final. I'm trying to get better about sorry, you can probably I don't know if you'll be able to hear it. Someone's leaf blowing like right outside my window. It's very distracting. I'm trying to get better at dealing with warnings as they come up in the code. I think it's just a good practice. So piece picker parent. No, so this is not what I want. I think what I want is in the piece picker screen. No. This is not where it gets kept track of. So oh, this is sort of assuming that there are piece picker params. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I do make sure of that. So I think what I want to do, private, shop item array pack items. So this is what I got at the moment is when I open an item that needs you to choose something, it calls choose pieces.
and it sets the pick with these picker params, and then the picker params tell you if a selection is valid and then what to do with that selection when you hit the OK button. So I think I probably need to do something where I also public void, maybe like open item pack. And we got the, if we just pass in the item pack. Because it's all a bit messy though, isn't it? Because if possible, I would like to recycle this same screen. Oh, this screen to be able to handle both use cases where you've got a selection and when you don't. I just need to figure out how to do that in a clean way. Or something that approaches being clean. Which currently is not... The way I've got things currently is not very clean. In fact, most of this code base is not very clean. That's because I've been like rapidly prototyping and developing. Don't know why this has got the wrong information. Quickly just have a look at that. Ah, that would be why. Yeah. Using the wrong grid. All right. So because the problem is, right, each item in the pack, some packs don't even need you to pick. Only the modifier pack, which we haven't made yet, will require you to actually choose pieces. Everything else you're just choosing a thing from. So maybe we do need a different screen, but then the piece picker screen, you need to be able to choose the pack, like the item and the piece. It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of figuring things out. It's a lot of figuring things out. Okay, so let us think. So I think we will need a second screen. Although they're so linked together that it's kind of annoying. Because like you've either got make the brush size a bit bigger so I can see what's going on. So we've got like the items that you can choose. And then we've got the grid down here with pieces in it that you can choose. I don't know why I'm spending so much time trying to make this look nice when it objectively looks terrible. So these are the pieces. And this is the and so there's a scenario where we buy an item that needs you to pick pieces where we only show the pieces. Then there's the scenario where you open a pack that requires you to choose pieces where we show both of these. And then there's the scenario where you open a pack that doesn't require you to choose pieces and you just open this thing. So I think what we need to do is maybe make the piece picker params a little bit more uh a little bit more smart. Not smart, just have a bit more information on them. Because in the case currently where you, like right now, I've got no idea which item I'm applying. So I think we probably need to have an item list on the piece picker params. And in the case of us opening an item, we just pass, like, if it's just the single item that we've purchased that then requires us to choose the pieces where we just need to choose the pieces, then we should still pass in the item that we've opened so we can display the information of it up here. So if there's just a single item, we just display that item here and it's automatically selected. But otherwise, we send in the list and then we can choose the item, and it's like a radio toggle thing. And then if that item opens, if it has piece picker params, then we use the params of the item given for the to apply to the pieces here, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think but we can again get into that yucky nested situation. I think it needs to be a different class from the piece picker params, because the piece picker params, bad name, apply just to the pieces that we're picking, but then we need some sort of like shop. It's like a higher level thing. So because each one of these could potentially have a piece picker params, but we just need the list of items that we're opening up in the shop, in the picker. I think that's what we need. And I think to do that, each item, I think a shop item needs to have a get piece picker params. And by default, it will return null, and we can override this to give the piece picker params. And then on purchase, if get piece picker params does not equal null, dot choose pieces get piece picker params. So if we want to choose some pieces, then we just automatically go to the choose pieces thing. But then when we're in the I think I've confused myself here, because when we open the item pack, no. So what we want to do. I don't think. Shit. Because now we've sort of got like two different places where you can activate an item, a shop item, like either in the shop screen or now in here. And so I need to be able to differentiate between the two. Because I think when we open a pack, we always want to open it into this picker thing, because the whole point of a pack is that you can choose multiple items. So when we open a pack, we always... Ah, let's try and figure this out. Let's try and figure it out. So, where's my mouse? There. I think... What do I think? I think what we need to do, kind of what I was already trying to do here. Oh, no, so yeah, okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. So when we open an item pack, hang on, no, I lost it again. I think what we want to do is not have the item pack here. I think we want the shop item array pack items, and then say this dot pack items equals pack items. And then we want to say if pack items equals null, or pack items dot length equals 0. I'm going to bounce, and then otherwise we want to do this. Now, I think we want to get rid of this choose pieces function. And instead, to do this, we just say open. Okay, now I'm gonna rename this to choose pieces, and we just pass in the list of items. That's a terrible name. Choose pieces, or the items, and then we could do a choose pieces with just a single shop item. And then we say if item equals null, if the item's null, then we want to reset things. So we say this dot pack items equals null. Otherwise, we want to choose pieces with a new shop item array of just this item. And then that will handle the rest of the logic. Oh, we want to return here. Or maybe what I should do is shop item array item equals new, and say if item is null, items equals null, else items equals that, and then we just pass in the items here. So now there will be problems where we choose pieces. So remove piece. Now what we want is this should be piece pickup params
get piece picker params. That been imported? Yes. And so now we want to return new piece picker params. Is that not what I called it? Is what I called it. So yeah. Ooh. I think I'm trying to get too smart too quickly, so I'm gonna just smash out some caveman code, and we'll see how we go. So, where was I? Remove piece. This should be overriding. Oh, because it's taking in the... Yeah, okay. So I need to get rid of that. And then it should be overriding. Yes, good. Good, 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 good. Good. Okay, cool. So that was the remove piece. I think add move, no. Oh, it'll be the 3 different piece. Material shop item. So this should be so yeah, now this on purchase, we don't need to do anything, but we want to piece picker params, and we want to return that. And then not the piece type shop item will have the same issue. Public piece picker params, return that. Okay. Let's see a problem now. Okay, so use pieces. Oh, so this is now ambiguous. Is that the problem? Maybe just make it explicit. Choose pieces with items. Okay, cool. So then we're just setting the pack items, and we can get rid of piece picker params. And so we don't want this. We want public shop item picker items is what we want, and then return. Oh, I've already got return pack items, and actually I'm going to change this to be picker items. So now the picker screen will have a problem. So if picker items equals null, or yeah, let's get a private item this picker items. No, I should just refer to the one. Have a single source of truth. Or it's just a bit wordy, but that's okay. So if any of that we don't want to be here. Good. Okay, so where are the other errors? Here. So what we want is now we do need to keep
track of which shop item we've got selected. So shop item selected, shop item equals null. So then when we leave, when we enter, sorry, if roguematch.manager.get.picker.items.length equals 1, then we want our selected shop item to be that single item. roguematch.manager.picker.items 0. Easy, and then otherwise we want to set it to null so that it's reset when we enter this screen. Okay, so when we make a selection, the selection is invalid if if the selected shop icon equals null, what am I doing? If that's null, then the selection, any selection, I guess, technically is valid because we're just going to ignore those pieces. So we can turn true. Otherwise, we need to return roguematch.manager. Oh, no. Selected shop item dot get picker params. So piece picker params equals selected shop item dot get piece picker params. So then if params does not equal null and params dot selection. So oh no, so this is, if that's null, then the selection, if params equals null, then we want to return true, because anything that doesn't require you to choose pieces means that any selected pieces are valid because it ignores it. And then we want to return the inverse of is valid. And I've done it this way so that when you're making a shop item, you can just tell whether it's valid or not. But then this function is actually checking if it's invalid. A little switcheroo there, which is probably going to confuse me in the future, but that's all right. So that should check now whether it's valid or not based on the item that you've selected. So choose pieces. If the selection is invalid, we return choose piece. Okay, so then what we want to do is if the... Oh, do you know what's also shit? Is the fact that I think we need a purchase, but we also need a like an activate, because the purchase makes you spend money. So at the moment it would be like you open a pack, like you spend $5 to open a pack, and then you choose an item within that, and then that will also charge you like five buckies, which is not what we want. So we might need like an on activate. Or something like that. Why does it have to be so difficult? I'm also getting hungry because it's nearly lunchtime. I don't think that's helping my decision making. Right. Focus. If anyone's got suggestions, again, I'm all ears. You can tell me what you reckon. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Uh, hmm. Because yeah, if the selected shop item dot, so let's do this again. Piece picker params equals that. So if params equals null, then we want to activate it. Activate the selected item, then return. Then otherwise, we want to use these params on selection. So this will bypass the double purchase thing, but this will not. So we'll think about this. We'll think about this. So we also, when we enter, we need to display all the items that you can choose. Yeah, we need to display all these items and then let you choose one in a sort of radio button style thing. Just wondering if there's a better way of doing this. Like, I wonder if... Oh, I've got to get a new shop. And I'll demonstrate my thoughts. Too easy. Right. So, I'm wondering if... For the case where we are picking pieces, we could just put those pieces into this grid and then you move the ones up that you want to choose, like we're doing here. And so the piece picker params. Oh, but then I need to change which pieces are used to fill the deck, like fill the grid. Because I was wondering if I could do it all with the grid. So like those pieces you'd choose here. Obstacles can go on the grid, but obstacles you can't move necessarily. So I wonder if... Yeah, that probably wouldn't work. Okay, I think we just keep doing what we keep trucking. We keep trucking. How how about would we like to go about this? I need to display the shop items. So what I need to do is I want a position. Yeah, I think I need to do is a private final array list of elements. Item equals new array list. Then when we enter, we want, yeah, okay, cool. Elements dot remove all, that's a shit name, item elements. Then for 0I is less than roadmatch.manager.picker items.length I plus plus. We also want a positions equals draw.spaced row. Yes, a row in the general area for int num items equals that. So let us use that some places. So if num item equals a van, actually, items num item. So then we say for each item that we've got, item elements dot add new shop item region, which takes the road match dot manager dot picker items I, and then positions I, game.center, the last thing, the theme. We add a new one, and then at the end, elements.add all item elements. That T has gone straight through me, so I will be back in a second. Okie dokie, let's get back. Righty tighty. Let's look. What's going on? All right, so that should have put all of those. Let's just have a look. See what's going on. So I think this should put all of those shop items there. But the problem is when we click on them, it'll purchase them just because that's the way that UI element has been set up. So we'll need to do something about that. Definitely need to make the first level harder. So actually, let's try it. Okay. Why did that not? Okay, let's ignore that. Let's go here. Okay, so it shows us the item. So that's good. Now we at least know what's going on. But the problem is it's going to... Clicking on it will purchase it. But we want to not do that. We want... We want to override the purchasing to just be selecting. So we should... That still works, so that's good. Something crashed. Crashing is good though, because then we figure out what's going wrong. On selection, remove piece, groovy. Ah. Aha. So we did actually need event params. So a scripted shop item probably needs to do something like public return. And we got a protected piece picker params, get piece picker params, and these take in the... I've called them event params, but they're more like mod info params. I don't know. Return null. So by default we return null, but then here what we want to do is we want to return get piece picker params with the base params. Cool. And so now in this we can use the params and remove it from the deck. Okay. So this is good. I think the problem though is we rerun this and hopefully I can blitz level 1 as easily as I just did. Oh, jeez. Slouching too much. So let's try and smash this out of the park. Not too bad, not too shabby. So let's just check that this works. Cool. I think the thing is, if we click here, what's happening? I think we're probably reopening. Oh, why did that not? So we're calling on purchase. That not go through. Oh, because we've already purchased it. Ah, that's good. That is good. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. So we're I think what I really want then is just to be able to hide the money tag. See, the good thing about the shop item thing is that it can already render like every. It knows how to display every item because it's got underlying item things. And so I think I want to be able to tell it whether or not to display the price. And also I need an override for the on. Well, it's not like the on click, but the purchase gets called. This is like the event that gets run when you select it. So I think what I want is like a private boolean on like use. And so then we say, let's do private run. No, it's a callable boolean custom use or on use. You can do like a public with on use callable boolean on use this dot on use equal on use public void. Yes. And then we say in use if on use does not equal null. We want to use dot call I to do return that catch, just catch anything, catch them all. Return false, and then otherwise we want to return purchase, and then everywhere that we use purchase we want to use. And then we also want a public void show price tag boolean show private boolean show price tag equals true. Show price tag equals show, and so then if show price tag whack that all in there. So then in the piece picker screen, when we are creating these shop item regions, we want to say item region dot show price tag false and item region dot with on use and we want to set, we want to say that the selected shop item equals shop. Yeah, we're going to have to do like final int index equals I equals rogue match dot manager dot picker items index. Oh, but then we need to probably just be a runnable, but no. So I think now when we open an item pack. Okay, when we open a shop item on purchase, we do that. But what we want to do on purchase import. So when we, yeah, so here, what we want to do. Yeah, what we want to do here is roguematch.manager. Choose with pieces, get items, or the progress we're currently at, which will be roguematch.manager.getGameInfo.get progression. I think we actually might nearly be there. Oh, it's cold in here, man. I need to put my jumper back on, I think. Alright. See how we go. Sure, I thought I'd done enough there to beat the level, but apparently not. Good. Alright, so let's open the obstacle pack. That's pretty good. Although none of these require... Okay, we need to also keep track of which one is selected. Then... Right. So, see what the selected shop item is. So it is being set. So that's good. But why can we not click that? So selected shop item is not null. So we come through. Oh, this is meant to be false. So that should let us choose it. Oh, but now we've got another. We've got another issue. So now we're running into a thing that I was talking about before, where I think we will actually get double charged for things. Or actually, no, this check here. I think we want to be able to directly call this. Which is protected. And probably for a good reason. So we... Yeah, because we need to activate the selected item. So the obstacle pack's kind of bad. For testing purposes, that is. So let's open this and see how we go. Whoa, okay. Need to sort something out there. I think some
going a bit whack there. So that still works cool. And clicking this shouldn't really. So that should have consumed. Sorry, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here. So the shop item region, I don't think is consuming the press event, and so then it's locking the thing, and then when I release it, it does consume that event. So there's some weird going on. Yeah, because if I release here, yeah, okay, I need to figure that out. But that still works. That's good. This works. That's good. This is that grayed out? That would be why. I probably can't afford it. So it's telling me that I can't afford it. That's alright. So we should still be able to click OK. But it doesn't do anything. It's fair enough. So, although it should have made us leave, no? Bigger screen. Yeah, so we want to do this. You know what? I shouldn't do that because I think I call leave here. Yeah. I was gonna put the this delay into here, although I could do void leave with delay. I don't know if this is really necessary. Leave with delay. A bit neater. So yeah, we wanted to do like selected shop item dot just import maybe, but maybe I should rename. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Rename that to apply item. And we'll make this public.
So then in here we can do apply item. And that should then do what we want, I think. So let's try that and see how we go. Fingers crossed. I've been streaming now a little while. What does it tell me? Oh, geez, 3.5 hours. It's probably the longest stream I've ever done. No wonder I'm getting hungry. One move. Definitely need to tweak that. All right. We open this and we choose that and we click OK. And then click go. Yeah, okay, we've got... We now have our alchemist obstacle. But I think the way I've got it set up at the moment is that when you get an obstacle, it just joins a queue of obstacles you need to place, and then once you have interesting, why did that happen? I don't think it cleared the... don't think I cleared... What I did though, when we enter, we remove all of the item elements from the last time. So that should have cleared those two. Item elements. Oh, I didn't actually clear. Need to do that. All right, let's run it again from the top. From the top. From the top. All right. What was I talking about? I think I was saying how at the moment the obstacles, when you purchase an obstacle, it goes into a queue of all your unplaced obstacles, and then before a round starts, you got to place them all. And I don't know if that's the best way to do it, or if when you buy an obstacle, you should immediately place it. I don't know. But part of the reason I've got it set up that way is so that if a boss gives you obstacles to place, you can just place them all. Oh. Just getting the alchemist obstacles. That's okay. Okay, so now when we open this, yeah, we just get that, which is good. The other thing we probably want to do, just a little cheeky little thing, is we want to take a grid dot unlock position. Oh, and the Australian internet is doing Australian internet things, I think. Oh, hell no. I swear, like 1 second it'll be fine, and then I'm honestly amazed that it's taken this long before we've hit 4 internet issues. Oh, it's really dropping off. Hopefully it comes good. Okay, I think we'll be good. Okay. So yeah, that now clears the things. And we can still add things and delete. I gotta fix that. Oh yeah, I don't have enough money. Okay, so now we can do this. And I don't have that unlocked yet. That's fine. Didn't even want it. Didn't want to make a square. Close. Not even. Okay. Oh, a different obstacle. Cool. So let's try making another pack that's not the obstacle pack, because the obstacle pack is kind of we've verified that. Also, the placement of this is terrible, but the thing is, I think you can unlock more shop items. Although maybe the shop items should just be in a row, and then I mean, just stealing from Balatro again. Yeah, have the packs not on the bottom like that. But yeah, so I think I also need to show which one is actually selected. I don't quite know how to do exactly. Because I have got some very poor controller support. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, okay. So I think I can... I can't remember what the controls are, though, is the problem. So I think... Is this even plugged in? I swear I had... Oh, okay. There's some some error with that. Let me try that again with the controller. So this is also an upgrade on the previous game, is adding controller support. Oh, something is not happy. Here we go. Okay. I did change some controller stuff recently, so it might be just completely bugged out. Yeah, okay. I will have to look into that in my own time. So let's see. No, okay. So we want to let's add some more packs. Let's add more packs. So in the shop, what packs are we gonna add? So we've got this one, and we've got this one. Not what I wanted to do. So an enhancement pack should be pretty straightforward. Just like do this. Enhancement pack. Enhancement, yeah, that's good. This. Oh. Enhancement pack description. So this will be obviously. So this should be. Should be obstacle, and this would be piece. An enhancement, and then we may as well do like modify pack while we're here. modifier. Modify your have like I don't know if I got a plural pieces. I don't know about that. And that's a bit dodgy, but we'll see how we go. Okay, so the enhancement pack in not spell that correctly. Enhancement, and this will be do that for the moment. So enhancement. That was not as good as I was hoping. Enhancement shop item. And this will be piece manager.get or get enhance random enhancement weighted. What we wanted. Cool, that's the enhancement pack. And then if we copy and paste that and we do the modifier pack. And this one is a bit more tricksy. You know what? This is where we did want those. Ah, shit. We do want to be able to get items by ID. Shit me. Bugger. Okay, so add shop item. Oh, it's not too bad actually. So item map dot put item dot get ID to item, and then we can say items.clear items.add all item map.get values, like that. Should be the same thing. And then we can do a public static shop item get item by ID return item map dot get ID, like that. Because what we want to be able to do is specify all the items in this modifier pack. So we want a final string item IDs. So in here, what we want is we want to get the add piece. No, what is it? Remove piece. We want oh, you know what we haven't done? Oh,
think, did we do the thing where with the no, I think we did. Okay, so mod loader. Load materials. Yeah, so we add a new item for each material, but we also want to do piece types, which is pieces here. The piece type, and then we want to do shop manager dot add shop item new piece type shop item for this piece type. Get ID. Oh shit. And then the cost. What did it used to be? Shop manager. Four smackaroonies. I don't know if this should. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna do like this. Now, okay, that's fine. I think. So now there's a shop item for each piece type. I'm going to make this an array list just to make it a bit easier to add things to it. Goodness. So because I want to be able to then probably do like piece manager.get. I want to be able to do that and do like a, you know, each piece type is added in and each material is added in and some other stuff. Where is it? This one. Okay, so we need to do these ones as well. So okay, so change piece type. So yeah, so this is what we need to do. What is that? So let's open up the piece manager. So here, okay, so I think we just want to have getters for the values of each of these. So public static list get enhancements. Not sure about the name enhancements either because it's kind of tricky to always say that or type it. Like it's just a big word for what could probably be a shorter word. Return enhancements dot values new array list of that. And so we want to do this for the materials for the piece types. Get materials, get piece types, piece types, and materials. Cool. What did I call it? Piece types, probably a better name. Okay. For piece type,
item IDs dot add type dot get ID plus item. It's a bit gross, but look, just for the moment, do the trick. So what was it? Material or get materials. Material. Okay, and then this will be an enhancement. Now this, I'll have to come back to this because at the moment, I think I was mentioning this like 2 hours ago at this point, that the enhancements are the ones that go into the slots with the shapes, not ones that can be applied to an individual piece. So I'll have to come back to this. So we also want to add item IDs dot add remove piece. We also want to have a duplicate piece. This is like the death card in so let me do this as well. So this will be duplicate. Oh, it's not really duplicate, it's like copy. Copy piece. Convert the left piece into the right piece. This should be copy piece, and now in the shop we want a new copy piece shop item. Did shop item. So this is copy piece description. Cost texture name for shop. I don't have test. I don't have one. And then we want to do pick params get piece picker params with the here, and we want to return new piece picker params. It takes in a list of pieces. That one, and then we also have grid a list pieces. Let's import them. So it's valid if this can be a one-liner. So pieces dot size equals 2. And when we select so we want to say piece 1 equals pieces
pieces dot get first, because if I don't do that, it'll get annoyed at me. And piece2 equals pieces dot get 1. And then what we want to say is that piece1 dot set type ID piece2 dot get type ID piece1 dot set enhancement correct. Okay, so and it will be piece2 dot get enhancement ID is take the ID, yes, and then piece2 dot get rotation, and then piece1 dot set material piece2 dot material get material ID. I think that's probably it. Oh, you should set the state as well. But that will be trickier to do. Why don't I it's a bit easier on myself. Say copy from might be the way to do it. So maybe right at the bottom here. Where all the yeah, no, I'll do it near the constructor. Public void copy from piece copy piece. Okay, so what we'll just do is we will then just say piece1 dot copy from piece2. Okay, and here we just say type ID equals ID type ID enhancement ID equals piece dot enhancement ID material ID equals piece dot material ID enhancement rotation dot enhancement rotation date equals dot dot clear, and then state dot put all piece dot state. So there is the way I do things is kind of it's a bit weird because all of the like enhancements and all of that jazz are basically like static things, but then the piece itself can have state if you need it for an enhancement. So like if you want to add extra bonus points or something, you can add that into the state of the actual piece, but the enhancements and stuff themselves don't actually have state. I don't know if that's a good way of doing it or not. But it's the way I've done it. I can always change it in the future, I guess. I think actually the original reason that I'd done that is because of the way that I was compiling the groovy stuff, but that's no longer the way that it has to be anymore. So I could change it if I need to. And there was something else, wasn't there? Type ID. I think that. Oh yeah, I'll just do the match. But I don't think that this will actually impact anything. So copy piece now works. Is it in here? No. Move piece. Copy piece. So now we should also add the enhancement pack.groovy here and the modifier pack like that.
And that will hopefully put some more packs into the game. And we can test out... Ideally, we should test out the modifier pack, because that one is sort of the one that all of this is built for. Would you look at that? Straight off the bat. So we open this, and we got 3 enhancements. Right. So we should be able to... Why did we get enhancements, actually? Or did we not? Did we... There shouldn't be any enhancements in... Oh, it's because we didn't change how the get items works. Okay, that will be why. So what we want to do is we want to say string. Let's then string items equals match dot manager dot get game info dot random dot pick n from the item IDs, and we want num items, and this is probably return. Array list of strings, item names. It's not good. Means that probably it's not using that, and I wonder other ones. This one. Okay, close that, close that, close that. So for I and num item I equals. So now we want to do shop manager dot get item by ID item. Would be not items names, but item names dot get I. And that will be why the enhancement, that's why the enhancements were showing up. Yes. So hopefully we get the modifier pack again. Just looking for a good move. I don't think we've got a double whammy off the bat. Or just do something. Just do. Oh, excuse me. Just do something. Okay. That should nearly get us there. Fine. Still a little way away. That should get us there. Okay, what have we got? Modify. Let's go. Okay. This is good. Okay, so the blue item, so we could, if we select this one, it's not this again. So I think we should be able to choose up to 3, and it's still okay. And if it's disabled, so that's good. And now if we change to choosing this one, then 1 item should be okay, but 2 shouldn't. Yes. Okay. So now I think what we need to do is make sure that we know we know which one we've actually selected. Very good. Very good. Okay. Cool. I think we're getting there. No, don't do that. The as you've probably noticed, the grid input is kind of sketcheroony in that it responds to, like, even if my mouse is outside the grid, it will start moving things as if you're in the grid. So I need to do a bounds checking thing, I think. Yeah. So anyway, let us get out of here. So we need to make it more obvious which item you've got selected. I think I'm gonna go have lunch soon. I think my productivity is dropping dramatically. But let me just. So we have done this up to. We've done these. This one we'll have to come back to, I think. But let's quickly make it so we know which item has been selected. Item region dot. So I think I should be able to do something thusly. The clear selected and then item region dot on select. I think that's a bit of a dodgy way of doing that. I'll have to probably fix this up in the future. It's chilly in here. Usually when I'm streaming, I get really warm because usually I've got more lights on and all the equipment's buzzing, but I think it's actually kind of cold today. Okay, so that crashed us, so that's good. I think we probably got into an infinite loop there. Yes. Yes, we definitely will have gotten into an infinite loop there. Okay, that is not going to vac. Select a shop Adam. Let's also do a shop. This is another dodgy way of doing things, but shop item region selected region equals null. And then selected region equals item region. Okay, and what is it? Item element. Okay, cool. And so then what we can do is when we're showing shit on the screen, we can say if So if selected region does not equal null, we can draw a panel for the selected region. Selected region dot x, selected region dot y, selected region dot width, selected region dot height. Very fun. Okay, so we got float, 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 float. I think we want this one. Actually, with height, hovered, disabled, and the theme. So hovered, we're just going to set to always be true. Disabled is always going to be false. And road match dot theme. Let's try that. Try that on for size. See what's going on. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Need to first get to the shop. Okay, so there. Fire pack. Huge. Okay, so. Why this is not showing up? Oh, it's probably the exact same. Yeah, it's okay. That obviously not gonna work. Oh, I did not know that I'm looking at the wrong thing. Based row. Should that not? Ah, because it's just doing it in the middle. Yeah. I was thinking that these should be a bit higher up, and I thought maybe I'd been using the wrong thing, but I think I want to use the other spaced row. X, Y, width. So X general area dot X general area dot Y. Let's try that. Okay, and then we also then want to draw the panel a little bit wider. So let's change to. No, let's not do that. So X minus theme dot margin 2. We'll add. There's a bit of an insane way of doing UI, but it gets the job done, you know? Gets the job done. Oh my gosh, it's 1 o'clock already. Gotta go eat some food. But first, I just want to. I think once I've done this, I will clock off the stream for the day and call it good. But we will just make sure that this is going to work first. Need to get some chain reactions going though. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Oh, I got the obstacle pack. At least. Okay. Well, that's also bad. But at least we now know which is selected. Okay, but we need to bump them down a lot.
try that. And I think then the packs will be working. Oh, my neck. I don't know why my neck's so sore. I think usually I think I slouch more, and then my head's more in the middle of the screen. But when I sit up, like I've either got to sacrifice my neck or my back. Huge. All right. 5-pack. Oh, there we go. That's pretty good. Although the tooltip obviously needs to be in a different spot. Maybe it's got to be just a slightly little bit lower. Yeah. And then choose. These are all like item color ones, but that's okay. But now we know that we're doing this one, so that's good. Would you look at that? And we can have pink ones. Now we should have a stacked deck of blues, and we've removed some pink fellas as well. So huge. All right, I think we're sort of done for the moment, which is good. Obviously, still a lot of things that need cleaning up about all of this. Like a lot of the UI is garbage, but I should probably put the name of the selected item, like do the hover tooltip somewhere, so you don't have to hover over it to see which one is selected. Like the selected one should just have the tooltip showing, I think. But I'll have to think about that. Let's do an emerald one though. Oh, gotta fix that bug too. Equals more money. Potentially. No money. Sad face. Let's try this one. No, no money. Sad face again. Right. I think yeah, I think we're kind of done for the moment. I do not have much money at all. God. Pretty funny. All right. Okay. Let's get out of here. So I think that's kind of good for the moment. Like we've basically done the packs. I also guess this is like the first time that people are probably seeing this project. I did on the Discord. I did post when I was originally still using libgdx. I did post a little video of making some match 3 stuff, but I hadn't like I was just doing the match 3 mechanics, and I don't think it really it was nothing like the project it is now. So yeah, let me know your thoughts. I'm keen to know what people think of the idea of like a fusion of Balatro and a match 3 game. I think it's got a lot of potential. I think just playing what I've already got, which isn't very much, is already kind of fun. And I think that it could be a really fun game in the future. Like I think definitely needs a lot more content added to it, because I think having the variety of items and different ways that you can make things happen is like what makes these sorts of games fun. So definitely there'll be a phase where I'm just adding content to it heaps, and I think that will help a lot. But yeah, let me know if you think it's
an all right concept or not, because I'm keen to know. And yeah, I will hopefully see you again soon. I'm thinking I will make an actual video about my spicy text library that does the text animations, because that will hopefully be useful to people. So I'll make a little like how to get started with it sort of thingo video, and then yeah, I'm planning on streaming a bit more regularly, just like this, where like less. I think it's basically just gonna be like you watching me do my workday. uh, like I'll try and keep juicy things for the stream and do the boring things not on stream. But I mean, at the end of the day, I kind of want to make progress on the game. Like that's the goal, and so I'll just bring you along with me. I will. I was saying right at the start of the stream that part of the reason that I've been absent recently is because I've been doing grant applications, and I've got one more left that I want to try and get done, which is due in like sorry, I think it's due in just under 2 weeks. So I'm going to try and crank that out this week, and then hopefully next week and onwards, I'll be more available for doing things like this because it is fun. Like I think having the stream, like getting feedback from people live, is always fun, and always like it's good to be able to bounce ideas, but also just like you're basically rubber duck debugging the whole time because you're just talking things out loud, which I also find helpful. So yeah, that has been the introduction to my next project. Also, if you got a better title than Rogue Match, let me know. Like Rogue Match is very on the nose and very obvious. It's like a roguelike match 3 game. But yeah, if you got something better, please let me know. I've also been wondering about like, should it be themed in some way? I don't know what that would be like, but like, should it be sci-fi or should it be fantasy or should it be like, I don't know, like beach themed or like, I don't know. It could be themed anyway, but at the moment it's just super abstract. It's just like, here's a colored pink rectangle, here's a yellow star, a green triangle. And so it's all very abstract, but I think you could theme it if you wanted to. And that might give direction to like item naming. And obviously the art direction would be influenced by that. And yeah, you could get more funky with the art and everything. So if you got a theme that you think could work well, I guess the thing that's got to probably work well with is the idea of a grid somehow. So maybe I don't know. I'll have to think about it. If I can't come up with a good theme though, I will just leave it as like an abstract. Yeah, just an abstract. It's a match 3 game in a grid, and you just yeah. But we will see. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed coming along. Thanks for those who've been watching. Really appreciate it. Of course, always thank you to the legend member from Kirby Green, champion. Like as the name says, yeah, he's a legend. So yeah, thank you to all the members. Thank you for anyone who's watching. Thank you for everyone in the Discord as well. I really appreciate everyone that's there. And I will sign off for the moment. I'll hopefully see you soon. See ya.